and says tariffs are not ruling out like textbook examples. Bostic says inflation is still further from target than employment is. Bostic says if tariffs are successful, the Fed can't just look through them.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone doing? Oof. Um, so this is an interesting place where we just rejected. I'm not a huge fan. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna need to see quite a bit from buyers here soon if this is gonna not just make a
Bostic
new
says it will
low.
take a while for firms to price for tariff rises.
A reason I am concerned is we consolidated. So our overnight session, first of all, was just downside, right? Down, 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 down. Just downtrend. We then open after consolidating for 4 hours in overnight. We immediately drop. Where did we reject? What do we see in here off of our first candle of the day? Well, we reject
Bostic says it might take
POC
12 months for
of our sell
businesses
side
to adjust
candle
pricing.
from our open. So we really want to see this area hold in like this 945, 970 basically. And we're gonna need to show very clear interest back up. But just keep an eye on this.
Fed's Bostic says
Why
we
are
are in
my
a very
tools up
difficult
here?
environment
That's
right
weird.
now.
But yeah, really keep an eye on this POC here, and then we'll watch this here. Let's see what we can do here. This bid's got to be. It's gonna have to sustain quite a bit. It's doing it so far. That's good. Let's see if we can get back up here.
Fed's Bostic says there are risks on both sides of Fed's mandates. Fed's Bostic says today's numbers raise salience of risks to employment.
Sneezing. What are you allergic to?
Fed's Bostic says active debate on how restrictive Fed policy is right now. And Fed's Bostic's interview
Everything.
just ended.
Oh. Are there a lot of allergens in California compared to back in Ohio? Do you live a better life now in Cali compared? Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. I thought Ohio. The pollen in Ohio is crazy. I'd die. Canadian smoke? The hell? Hmm. That only happened once. I think that was like last year. I've never experienced that before. We've been getting like I don't know if this has anything to do with it. I'm guessing it doesn't, but every day my phone's telling me like we have high UV alerts is what it keeps saying. Caution, extreme high UV day. But little does my phone know I'm not going outside, you know? You know what I'm saying? All right. Another rejection. I really am worried about these highs. Hmm. Like there's very clear absorption into 010 to like 25. See which way we break here. Because I think that this POC shift is going to lead us down to like 880, 890. But we got to flip this pivot. I'm watching our 70 offer. See if that holds here. And then looks below 45 or a continuation down to like 888, 90. If this still just maintains our low balance, then it's just not ready yet. But I would really like to see like something like this, and then a sweep through, and then a step down into a value low. Ooh, why is it on the 15 as well? There we go. We gotta wait and see if this is gonna do it. I want that lower high. If not, again, like it just rotates balance again. I want to see this step down. All right, let's see what happens here. Yo, what's up, Sauce? It's been a while. I exit one, and then try to leave a runner here if we're gonna get the full move down. Ooh, a little lag there on my Dom. So we are bouncing our val low here. A little relief makes sense here at 30. But if we can't get back over this 50 to 70, we should see one more leg down to value low. But this 30 is, again, like a good first risk off into our value low of this candle. We're watching to see if we can now hold the value low of our current candle. If this starts to fail and this offer can't maintain a lower high, it could potentially trap here off of sell side failure to shift value below our balance. And then that leads to our rotation up, right? So we want to see like a very clear rejection here and then a continuation down if we're going to get that move, right? If they sustain here and get us back above, sell side's invalidated short term, right? Because then we have to worry about the balance rotation up with these guys offsides below. So we want to be in a runner. I'm fine with that, but understand like there is a buyer taking in size here at 30s, and if they win this out and we pop back over, we have to wait to see what happens up here, because there's a lot of potential then that we are trapping below, and then we get back into our balance and rotate up higher, taking out highs, right? So this has to be a very clear offer and a push down, or this sell side can get squeezed. Does that make sense? Are you all following? So this is either going to be a failed shift of value or a very clear rejection here and then rotation down. This is why I've taken off 1 into our value low of this candle at 30. Now waiting.
Brent crude futures fall more than $2 a barrel on OPEC Plus cut and economic data.
So we got to get over this like 65, 70 and flip for upside. And then it's just a balance move. And then we figure out what we're doing. If the 65.50 holds offer and we step back below, then there's no change. But if we do step over this, we have to be aware that we could do a full rotation back up to our wick highs on the 15. See if we can look back below or if bid holds a higher low here. Yes, rejecting VWAP so far. NQ showing a little weakness, but we have to get below 30s. That's the key. Bid can win this out no matter what if we can't offer below 30s. So we want to see this sell again, just like we talked about, off of a failure. Show interest below, and then this is important. We want to see this sweep below. If we can't get that sweep below 30, that bid can sustain here again, and then we can pop. I want to see this 60 to 50, 65 to 50 area hold, and I want to see a sweep below 30s for confirmation. That leads to a next leg down. 30s sustain, we still have to struggle with this guy here. battle for our 30 here. Two-sided. They're trying. Thirty's still sustaining. See if we put in a lower high here at like 45.50. Or if this is able to pop. We'd ideally like to see a lower high and then a sweep below this 30 and hold. This is going to keep going down. Again, like it's incredibly important that we show interest from sell side below this value low. This is just an attempt to shift value right at our pivot here. But if they can't do it, they can't do it. And then this will just be excess. Coming. They gotta sweep this shit. Watching our POC of previous candle here, sitting at 40. We want to see this 30 to 40 now hold, ideally. If this is going to lead one more leg down into our PVZ target at 890. If this fails here and we push back over, I will look for longs over 70. Ideally, 30 to 40 now holds offer, rotation down to 890. This can get very volatile here. Still absorbing where we need to, but buy side is very clearly still present, trying to sustain this. There's your sweep into target. I'm out. Potentially a little bit more down, but I'll get back in if we get it. That was a little too, took a little too long for me, but I'm going to play that sweep. We can now hold the low with this 30 holding offer, and we can, this 30 to 20, we're in an okay spot. Just going to mark it. What do you mean not clear? I mean, like, okay. I get what you're saying, but like we had a very clear shift of value in the higher time frame, right? So as long as like we're not over 70s and we show interest below 30, like it's doing what we need to. Yeah. Like structurally, we held where we needed to. We opened below POC, right? Like we've got all of the telltale signs that we want to keep going down. You know what I mean? There's potentially one more leg, but again, I'm flat for it. It's a little too choppy down here. Huge. Good first trade. Let us see what happens. This is our POC shift here. POC previous candle here at 37. I'm gonna delete. You know what? I'll keep the pathing. It's fine. Okay. That's first trade done. Now we're still just balanced here. We traded down to our POC shift. That was target at our 900. We are now holding POC of previous candle. Let's see what happens. But yep, first trade done. Just the offer below, holding below our 70, and then lower high, and then continuation down into our target. Yep. That is our first trade. POC is currently below us on our developing candle. We are into our absorption here at our 30s. Let's see if it flips or if not. Yes, they are attempting Cass because we are in an overall downtrend on the day, higher time frame, right? So sell side is in control, and we have absorption into our highs on footprint, and we are pushing down, right? So like it has all of the telltale signs that we're attempting to continue down, but it's a little. Are you watching stream or just listening? Right, like this is what we see on footprint, right? So we're in an overall downtrend, and we're seeing absorption at the highs, and we're seeing sell side now trying to absorb into our balance low, right, on the flip. So they're attempting to shift value here, and we're not seeing like a dramatic bid at the lows. It just looks kind of like we need to chop here until we get resolution from this look below. But if we continue to fail to hold above 70s, then this is still like an overall higher time frame downtrend potential. And I'll look to get back in if we like reject here and push back below. But until then, I'm just going to be flat here while we wait because there's a lot of potential for the bid to resolve this back up to the upside if we flip. The easiest thing to think about this as a trade wise is like this is just a reversion back to value from buy side off of a failure above, right? So like if we look at the our developing footprint, we can see we traded to, let me actually turn off drawings. We see this is what it looks like. Do you see our dashed line? This is our developing POC. Do you see how it shifts at this 020, 23020? That becomes our high. And then we start to hold below it as resistance. And then we rotate down to our developing POC before. at 898 or 900, our target. So this is just a failed, this is just coming back down to our previous buy, right, from the shift. So we failed right here into our highs on this POC. This POC then becomes our value high after the developing, right, on the way down. And now we've rotated down to our previous value, right? That's what POC is representing here off the developing. So our value is shifting downwards. So we're coming back down to this bid. So until we can get below 900s and hold that as offer, there's not a lot more here. It just looks like a balanced rotation with lower highs being put in, VWAP holding as resistance, right? Do you see what I'm talking about or no? Really, hopefully. But like that'll always be my target, is the developing POC off the flip. So the most important thing that we're watching for right now is how this resolves. Do we see this on footprint? What's happening here? Anyone can answer this, by the way. I just like, what do we see happening here? We can see the same thing on TradingView footprint. So buyers being absorbed into highs, sell side trying to step down. Buyers absorbing into a lower high, sell side trying to step down, right? So this is our offer trying to absorb and trying to continue to rotate us down off the shift, right, on our balance low. So sell side's still very much here. But the thing is like, we're not seeing any sort of extreme into our low yet from either the bid or from the offer, only into our high. So this just feels pretty unresolved still. And I'd like to see what happens into our low, or I think bid can win this out, right? Like we're not seeing enough yet from sell side at the lows for me to really care. It just looks like buyers are still kind of present here. But the only edge that I have is to play around this 30 to 50, which is what we already are doing. That's the only edge we have right now, is like that's our pivot. Because like if we can flip it, then we have potential upside, because then we squeeze over in the bid, a secondary buyer can step in. But if the offer is able to maintain here, we can use that as where we're looking for shorts to be reloading for continuation down. That's the only thing that we have to play around off of our current footprint with our filtering that we have on. So like that's the pivot. If we can flip it, okay, we can look up. If it continues to hold, then sell side is still doing what it needs to do at this current place to absorb, and then we can continue to rotate down, right? So that's what I'm watching for right now until this is resolved, is like, is this buyer going to continue to get punished into highs, or are we going to be able to flip it, and is this buyer going to start to take advantage once we step over, right? And then we look for a secondary buyer to step over and then hold that. If we can do that, then we rotate back up through our balance, you know, which is what they're attempting to do now. We need to see them trap here and then look back below if it's going to punish. And then that hopefully resolves that low wick. So sell side stepping in here again at 60. But we have to now step below 20 to 30 for anything new. Or we're going to put in a higher low here. I'm just going to mark that 20 to 30. So like this is what this looks like now of why I'm saying what I'm saying. Do we see what just happened into that high there? Right? So sell side was able to take them in, and then we're pushing back down to where this absorption occurred. But if this absorption now holds as supportive on flip, right, at this 20 to 30, then it's going to be a higher low that we then use to then look above 70s for continuation. If this guy is able to hold here and then push us down, and then we see a secondary sell step in, right, an offer step in below this 20 to 30 and sweep, that is a pretty good sign that these guys now are going to be trapped and that we then want to take out lows for continuation down. That's at least how I'm viewing it. We've got 50 seconds until new 15s. Should resolve into this new 15. Sorry, I'm trying not to overcomplicate this, but also explain what I'm seeing. I feel like it can get a little convoluted pretty quickly with what I'm talking about, but once you understand like these concepts, things just play out. It's much like once you figure out what I'm talking about, and you have like an understanding of like, oh yeah, like I can see sell side punished, I can see buy side punished, I can see them fighting here. You have a much better chance to actually make money because now you have an understanding of like what you should be looking for reaction wise and where, right? And now all of a sudden you have perspective that makes sense for how you should be trading and where things invalidate. Opening below POC. See what happens here. So 20 holds, rotates back up. I don't know, guys. It's a lot of, oops, I didn't mean to move that. I think a takeover 70 is definitely possible here. What's up, Satri? How you doing? Yeah, I mean, the new 15 is just such a interesting. It's nice because like if you can, the reason why I talk about it so much, and why it's become like a staple, I think, is it just gives you a chance to be patient and wait for something that's like binary, right? Like we can see very clear reactions into those areas, and it gives us time to be patient while we wait for that to resolve and then to trade around it. And like if you can give yourself that little bit of a buffer to not make poor decisions, right? While that candle's resolving, you're it really does help, I think, not overtrade. Yeah, right. And we already knew that, right? We can see it on footprint. It's unresolved. We gotta flip over 70s and hold, or we have to flip below this 2030 and offer to step down. I don't know if this is enough of a trap here, right? Of a little bit of an absorption for this to actually resolve anything. We'll see, but if anything, like I'd want to see something like this occur, right? Retest our lows and then offer this, and then look to get in off of that on a retest for a continuation down. Something like this. But like I just am not like unless I'm playing off of this 50 to 70, right? Like that's the only edge that we know. We already talked about that. So like you can attempt to short this, and if we push above, right, then there's upside. Or we can wait for a secondary here where this then holds offer and then we rotate lower. But here, without the look below and the offer shifting down, like there's not a lot you can do with this area. Because this could easily continue to just like take in here, hold a higher low, and then bid over the 70 and then rotate up. And like 30 to 50 is like, so there's a little bit of a range there on NQ, but I don't know. Like this is easily potentially a long for rotation up. Like this is first PT for all the people who are shorting off of 50s, right? So like it's not, there's no no clear level to really play off of risk wise. Just our edge above and our edge below. This is the mid where we expected bid to try. Yeah, I mean they're definitely attempting, right? So that's your full rotation from our 20 to our 50. No look below as of yet. Yeah, and then again, like this is why I want to see the re-offer of it for the short, and I don't want to short here at this 30. This is why it's important that unless you either are looking at this 50 to 70 as your risk for a downside, or you're looking for the look below and then the re-offer of our 20 to 30 as your risk from the other side. You don't want to short here. This isn't great. This isn't a great trade at 30s. Because again, we already established that the bid is resting at 20. So we need to see a very clear flip. Is there a seller trying at 30s? Yeah, right? But like we don't have a great directional decision as of yet. We know sellers above. And that's why we trade right back into our range high, see that sell side step in, and then try to push us below. See if they can do it on this attempt, or if we take in again. Right, another way to view it is like just simply I have two boxes and what's the mid, right? It's VWAP on trade evade here. Right, like that's the middle of this range. It's just our VWAP there. Hmm. See if price can hold this 20 to 30, or if we're going to fail here, unsure. Have I ever traded on ticks? Yeah, I have. I think it's fine. I used to trade tick charts only. Stocks as well. I used to trade tick charts only. Now I just whatever. It's really hard for me to no, I wouldn't call it a better system. I would say that the reason why I stopped using tick-based charts is that a lot of my job is to talk about things that other people are able to see and trade off of. And most people do not have accurate tick charts unless they're using a platform that actually offers tick data, which TradingView does not. So when I was on Thinkorswim, it was much easier to use tick charts and narrate that because I was streaming Thinkorswim, right? Maybe like a year or 2 years ago. But if I were to narrate off of tick charts now, TradingView doesn't have real tick charts. So, like, okay, now I'm the one that's talking about these levels and these candles, and mine look different than other people. So it was like I'd have to go in and explain every day of like what was happening, why my charts look different, what is a tick chart.
Chevron
It
expects
just
some
didn't make
Venezuela oil
sense.
to start flowing this
And
month.
when we can still trade and make money with a much simpler system, where I don't have to like explain what's happening on why my candles look like this and what is actually happening on each candle. It just like didn't make sense, right? It just didn't make sense. It was overcomplicating things for other people. And the whole idea here is to be able to show you a system that works and is not overly complicated. And that's kind of how we started to trade around that, like the 15, because it's like it's very clear what we're looking for, and it's something that can be that you can see for yourself and do, right? So it's more something like that that just kind of like developed out of me being frustrated. When I was trading solo and not streaming, and I was just trading for myself, I was using tick charts though. But again, like TradingView does not have accurate tick data, so your it is very different. It's the same thing with like Renko. TradingView does not have accurate Renko data because we don't have tick data, and Renko needs tick data to be accurate. I used to use Renko, and I used to use tick-based charts a lot. I had to change that. Like if we go to Renko, it's ATR based, not tick based, because they do not have tick data. So you have to. It's like all this like weird aggregate. It's not accurate. If they had tick data, I would use it, but they just don't. So it's like, okay, do I trade off of that still, or and then I have to explain why my candles look different than everyone else's every 5 minutes while I'm streaming, or do we just find a system that works on time-based candles? You know what I mean? And it's not like we just use time-based candles to trade, right? Time-based candles are just a visual representation of what we're talking about on footprint and DOM. So it doesn't really matter because we're not price action traders, we're order flow traders. So it doesn't really matter. So I'm just using footprint and DOM for most of our actual real trading. And then we just use a smaller time frame to help visualize our pivots based off of what we're actually looking at on order flow. I don't know if I actually answered your question, but yeah, I don't use them anymore because most of the people do not have access to it. 20 to 30 holding. This should be your first target back into our 900 wick low. I'd like to see this continue downward, ideally, but this is a great first PT in 900. We have 40 seconds until new 15s. Let's see if sell side can flip this 900 for continuation down to like 850, or if this is going to continue to maintain. If 900s hold and we flip over 30s, then I think sell side kind of fails. So we'll see. Mm. 5 seconds, new 15s into our 900. Okay. So I took off the short from 20, but I'll try it again if we test back up. So you can see that on my chart itself. I have another resting sitting, just waiting. See if this offer can flip below 900, or if we're going to just continue to chop here. Holding POC of previous candle to value low. We're doing what we need to do. We're just not seeing enough interest yet below our target. Mm-hmm. Watch Russell into VWAP. Yes, holding our value low, no change. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus.
Just seeing a piece here, the US government turmoil stalls thousands of export approvals, according to sources.
So we got filled at 20 there. Stop still just sitting at 30. This is profitable so far, but we need to see this push lower, or this could bid back over and then flip 30s for upside rotation to 50. Yeah, let's see what happens.
So thousands of license applications by US companies to export goods and tech around the globe, including to
Yeah,
China,
we're
are in limbo
immediately
because
up
turmoil at the agency
$260.
in charge
Yep.
of approving them has left it nearly
So you
paralyzed,
can
according to
either
two
take risk
sources.
off if you want. This is $300 free, or we can look for that drop below. I took it off into 900 again for $350. No change. Crazy what you can do when you know what to play around. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, NQ 5-minute footprint is great. It's a little too wide for me, but 5 is one of the most standard footprints, time-based footprints, if you're not going to use tick. 5-minute is what a lot of people use. I think it's fine. To me, I would rather just keep it on the 15 because it keeps me a little bit less interested in the lower time frame and more about like the larger structure. But if you can start to see the patterns on the 5, it's good. I know a lot of NQ footprint traders that use the 5. You just don't want to get too obsessed with the lower time frame.
So Atlanta Fed GDP now index above consensus for Q3.
Okay, another offer at 20, another
So the
free
index suggests
$200.
GDP will expand 2.15% in the third quarter. Also, going back to the other article, NVIDIA chip licenses to China among backlog. And again, that's according to two sources.
I think we pop this 30 on this attempt. If this holds, we'll see. Trying it one last time, but if we push over 30s, I think we go up, not down. It really trying. Sell side a bit off sides into 900 and a little bit higher into like 905. So let's see what happens as we try up here. Do they take in or does this flip? So I have 2 buy limits at 30. I had 1 sell limit at 20. So we filled the 1, but if we pop over 30, I immediately am flipped long. Just an FYI. Yeah. And then I just move my stop just below 20s if this is going to hold. Same thing. Let me watch to see what happens here. Just watching to see how this resolves. So we are now immediately in a long and profitable $250 by flipping and stopping out at 30. Your first target's 50, of course. Top of balance. Do you see what I mean? Like how we can use this system of just like being very objective and just like having a stop and a limit and getting filled, and then like that's that. And then there's your target into 50, and you just made $300 on the other side getting stopped out. Like you made money being stopped out. Yeah. And like it's like, oh, okay, well, as soon as
Again,
we
with the forecast
understand what we
data
should be
for
looking
America
for,
GDP now,
like,
index
oh,
seen at 2.15% for the third quarter compared to the estimate of spot 88%.
these areas become very profitable because you just set limits and you let it do its thing. So all of a sudden, these like tight ranges can become like money making. So you what? Okay, you take $100 stop, playing off 20 to 30, and then you immediately are filled long, and then you make $350 on the other side of the trade. Sick. So you make a $200 net profit. Off of getting stopped. And then it's just top of range here, guys, right? Like there's nothing here. Just into our wick highs from our wick lows. Very tight range. We flip 70s, then maybe more upside for continuation. So if you have the ability to hold a runner, go for it. But if this continues to maintain, we'll just be looking for a look back below 50 and offer for rotations back down to 20 to 30. Right? Like we trap here, then we watch for reoffer, and then rotation. This becomes first target, and then we play this down. If this holds, then we look up. Are people following? And not just like surf and tie? Are other people understanding? Want to make sure. We good? All right, we've got our little look above. Let's see if we can sustain, or if this fails, and then we flip back below 50. We have 3 minutes left on this candle. Don't know if they squeeze it now. I mean, I guess there's potential, but I could see us into the new 15s kind of building out this area between 50, 70. We'll see. I'm watching ES and RTY for value pullbacks. Right, so maybe into the end of this 15, we trade up here, and then we pull back to view up on new 15. And then we can keep going higher. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Fire very clearly at 60 below, which is why I think like a build in this area might need to happen until new 15s. Right, we might need to like resolve here first on the flip of our balance to see if we can do it on these wick highs. So we'll see. I mean, like it's still bullish anywhere in here, but we might need to see just like all of these kind of flag out here after we test these value edges. But this like 60 to 70 area holding is great for rotations up to 010. I just don't know what, again, like how, if it's going to be sustainable after this 15-minute closes. Pullback might need to happen. Offer sitting at 300 on NQ. 50 seconds until new 15s. Again, I don't know if this just immediately pops to our O10, like our 3000 to O10 target, or if we're going to need to pull back here into this like 60 to 70. Same thing with ES and RTY. They just start tagging into our value edge. I could see on open of new 15 a bit of a dip and then a continuation. We'll see. There's not enough structure here for me to know. It's fine being long off 70s, but just understand it might pull back into the open of the new 15. Offer again sitting at that 3K flat. So if you're in from 70 or even higher, 78, 80, like 200, 300 bucks, maybe 400 if you're net 70 so far. It's a great first risk off here. New 15's just opened. We're watching to see how far we need to pull back, or if we can just go right up to a reversion and balance high. I could definitely see us, again, needing to come back down to resolve here if we don't just see an immediate pop into our bow high here. Good bounce, good continuation so far. Again, I am flat into O10. If we can start to build above this O10, O30, then I will look for long continuation. You can either just move stops up, or you can risk off here into this known seller at O10, into our value high edge. Up to you. I don't know what your risk is, but that's your value high edge, and I am flat. I might miss out on some move. I don't care. Right? So what did we just do there? Why do we care about this action that just happened? What just happened here? Why can we play that with confidence? Well, because we know, right? We know that we already played this range down here. We knew that this is where buy side was sitting. We know we flipped over our 30, right? We then immediately flipped long for this rotation up into these highs. We then let this resolve. We saw a bid sit here and hold this. I didn't play this. I waited for our break over our very clear pivot at 70s, and then immediately looked long because we had exactly what we wanted to see across the board. And we knew that as long as this is maintaining, this is our risk. We're just looking for price to be able to establish here. So we can be long here on the flip of 70. And as long as this is maintaining and we don't flip back below 50s, we have an upside rotation potential because we're now holding where our previous sellers were, right? We're holding our balance, our previous balance. Does that make sense? It's the same thing that we just did on this lower, little smaller balance, but now we're back into this, this upper balance that we just traded, right? This is a recovery of this balance low. So if we can now hold here, we just rotate through this balance. We've already established this area. Right, so I will play the momentum from us breaking out and showing interest here, and then I will use this as my risk, and then I will look for this as our target. Yeah, just balance. We have an upper balance, and we have a lower balance. We've already established it. We've already played around it. We see the bid stepping in. We see it playing out across the market. And where do we trade into? Well, our developing POC from before, right? And we exit right into our value high because we're playing based off of structure. What am I doing trying to look for more into our value high? No, that's our risk off. It's value high. If we can start to build above, then we can get some more. But to me, until then, I'm going to trade from our pivot to our value high and take the structured trade that I understand, take my money, and get the hell out. Yeah, I agree. If we can start to show interest over our 15-minute VWAP and our value high, then definitely could see some trend on the day. Things to keep in mind, this is our RTY 30-second opening range here that we're testing into as resistance. See what happens into this day open. Russell and ES still just flagging here. This is good. We didn't need to do as big of a pullback as I thought we were going to. It still could happen back to VWAP if we fail here at our value high edge. But if we can start to sustain above our value high edge, like we're attempting now on ES, then we don't need the pullback to fix this back down to the structure here, right? But if this continues to fail, then we might need to rotate back down to this VWAP POC area on ES. But if we can sustain here, this looks fine. I'm a bit worried that we don't get the continuation right now because we have a very clear and already known seller on NQ, and Russell is coming up into this 30-second opening range. So I think that this could be our high for short term, and then we need to kind of resolve this upper area. This is just speculation as of right now, but it's something that I'm aware of, right? That we have this lack of structure below us and that we might need to resolve back down because we didn't on the new 15. But as long as RTY is just kind of maintaining our value edge here, we can just build in between and build out this upper node and then go higher. It doesn't need to break down, but it's something I'm aware of. I'm feeling pretty good about closing into RO10. Just resolving this auction like we talked about. Coming back down to our edge here. Not seeing anything I want to play off of as of yet. I think we could see a reoffer into 300 here, potentially for a lower high, and then one more leg down. We'll see. I'm not looking to play it personally, but I think 300 is where offer sits. Sorry, not 300, 3K. Here. Just watch to see if we put in a lower high here for one more leg down. Been tried. Offer very clear there, though. Taken. I'll be right back. Pretty good morning so far. Nothing to complain about. Ooh. Probably good they build out here. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but like sell side very clearly still here above us. It's just this upper balance, right? So we're seeing sell side step down. We're seeing a slight bid here, but probably one more leg down into these, and then we look to see if we can establish and then start to build above like so. I don't know. We'll see. I don't really have an opinion until we show interest over this 030. It's very clear that the offer was into this 010 and then has stepped down to this 3K. Very clear that there's like a buyer here at the HVE low at 80. But I think push down into like 45, 55 area makes a lot of sense. If we can't get a resolution above, might need to come back down to retest this. Like we have drawn here, see if we can find liquidity, and then go. It just needs to resolve. Yeah, I mean, flagging is fine. Yeah, there's just not enough information. The only thing that we know is that there's a seller up here. That's literally all we know. Like, that should be obvious off of our... Like, this is just a reversion to our 15-minute VWAP. There's been no indication that we want to go higher yet. This is just like a reload point for sellers. Until it's not. Until it's proven it's not. Like, if we look at footprint... Scroll over. Right, this is where we absorbed last time into this 020, 030. And we're seeing that same thing happen again, where they're trying to push us lower at this 3000. So into this absorption here. And now they're trying to rotate us a little bit further down. And then we don't really have any structure until we come back down into this like buying node here. Into 60 to 50. So I'd either want to see like someone get trapped somewhere in here, where we resolve this a bit and we have someone who's off sides into these lows, or like a very clear flip over these absorbed buyers, right, where the seller's sitting at 010. Like either we see a very clear flip above and then secondary bid step in, or we need to resolve down here and find some sort of liquidity that's trapped below, so then we can then play off of that as offsides, then play upward. Until then, like, this is just very clear, still just absorption. Like, it can easily flip, but we need to see it happen first before I try anything new. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with building here. Mhm. And like again, like nothing is bearish yet on ES or Russell. Like we're just still in like higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, continuing upward. But it's just flagging new 15s open here in 10 seconds. So let's see what happens. If we can sustain POC on open a new candle, that'd be good. See what they do.
So EU bank stress test capital hit 370 basis points versus 459 basis points in 2023.
Like it's just so slow here. Not sure. Like 3K is still holding, bid is still there. That looks good off of previous POC, the value high. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I want to see more.
So to summarize there, European banks weather stress test that stimulates trade shock.
Mm. See if we can flag here at our value high. Really important.
So a bit more detail here on aggregate. The 64 lenders in the stress test saw their main capital ratio slide by 3.7 percentage points to 12.1% under an adverse scenario, according to the European Banking Authority. That's less than the 4.9 percentage points hit in the last exam 2 years ago, which featured more banks.
Your first PT should be 030 here. We can flip it, then we get more. Amount 1 off of our hold here at our value high edge, just like we have pathed. Need to show interest over ETH low in this 30 for anything more. Not sure if we get it. Watching our 010 to 000. Yeah, it's a fine scalp, right? It's still like 300 bones, 400 bones. Good range. We can get over 30, we have room to like 65, 70. But if this 30 holds and we flip back below, then we just trap here. No change in anything. And then we have to look for this being trapped liquidity above. And then we have to look for a break of these lows. So super important that we're able to hold. Yeah, it's just pushing into ETH low. 95. Target above that would be 300. And this, again, we've got like a big selling node above into 60. It's just like 70, 70-ish. So this like would have to be target. If we do pop over, I don't know how reactive this area will be, but that'll be what I'm looking for if we do show interest over 30s. If 30s continue to just hold, then there's not much here. But 70 is what I'm looking for if we do pop on the runner. Oh boy. Got to get back over 30 or this can fail here. Yeah, I'm flat. 30 offer holding. I'll wait for us to flip back above. Let's watch what happens in O10 again. As soon as we start to see this look above and then that offer holding into here, it's like, okay, we're gonna come back down to our O10 at least. So it's like, do I want to stop out for break even, or do I want to take a little profit knowing that we're probably gonna come back down with that offer lowering there? Buyer absorbed into O30. No, I'll wait for us to either pop back above and hold or this to resolve. I don't want to be trapped in this range between O10 and O30 for 30 minutes. It's just an R30 second opening range. We held our high. Watching to see if we can hold mid now for continuation. Right, we're watching to see if this can do something like this. Or if it holds the lower high and then needs to rotate down here first, and then we need to recover and then go. I'm guessing it's the secondary move that needs to happen, but we'll see. This offer at 30 really, that was the first sign of weakness on the look back in. So now we gotta let this resolve. There's this LVN on NQ back down to like 95. Just a POC of previous candle while we wait for the offer sitting 010 now. Yes, traded right to our ETH low, R95, rotating back down to our value edge, I'm guessing. Just waiting. There's nothing like bearish about this yet. We're just rotating back down to our last buyer. It's just a pullback, but it is a failure to push outside of our current range. So it has the potential to set up to be kind of a topping pattern, but as of right now, it's just a pullback. We start to show interest below 90, like then we have some issues, but until then, like it's all good. Excuse me. Jesus. What's up, PSP? What are the indicators I use? They're all things that we've made ourselves. I use mostly footprint and volume profile based things. Indicators are PVZ, which is our indicator, 30-second opening range, which is our indicator. This is just a standard volume profile. And then this is a scalping system. And then this is our levels indicator showing our higher time frame levels. And this is just another volume profile. But all of this stuff is just TFC stuff. Things that we've made. You can find them. The financial cloud. I think if you search that, you can find us. If you want footprint is just a candle setting on TradingView. So there's no indicator here. So to set up a footprint chart, you go to your candle type and put it on volume footprint. That's what this is. And then this is just a VWAP. That's all that's on here. Excuse me, Jesus. New 15s have opened, just holding our value edge here still, lagging it out. A bit concerned about the sell side trying to push this thing down into our 3K again. See what they do here into our previous candle. We just want to continue to see this value low to POC continue to maintain. You have basically 10 points of risk here. We're looking to see if buyers can maintain this 10 with your stop below this 3K for a higher low, or if the offer is going to hold, you're looking for an offer here at this 23 with your stop above 32, right? It's two-sided, so we're just watching to see which way it breaks. I'm flat. I'm not touching this area until we have more information. We closed into 030. I will wait. But just continue to watch to see if this 010 to 3000 continues to hold. As we push into 030, if you're playing off of that, this is your first risk off. Again, I'm not touching it, but it's a fine trade. It's a fine trade. Again, this is risk off first PT here into our little tight range that we're trading in. 010 to 3K holding. Now just rotating back up into our 15-minute VWAP and ETH low here at 030. No resolution yet on Russell, still holding our 30-second opening range high at 186. Yes, still holding our ETH low as resistance, no change there. No resolution yet out of this range, not enough MGI has been made up here. The only thing that we know is that there was a bid into these lows. That's all we know. And that we have a buyer, we have a seller up into these highs. So, right, it's just a range until proven otherwise, until we have someone who's caught. Offer holding 030, no change. Russell, no change. Oh, it's persisting. VWAP holding his resistance still. I am still not trading this area. But again, if you want to trade it, I see this as the only long setup on the look below and then look back through, or basically like a 2-to-1. But I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. Do I stay for the full session or do I dip out when Mario gets on? Hmm. White House announces $200 million state ballroom addition with construction slated to start next month. 90,000 square feet will fit 650 people. Renovations will also take place in the East Wing. What? Why are we making a ballroom? What? Okay. uh, Jesus. Yeah. Another full rotation. If you were trading off of this 3K to 010, this is first risk off into 030. Watching to see if Russell can hold above our 186 here. Yes, still tight in our range, no change. Watching to see if the bid can step up here over 30s for rotation to 60 to 70, or if this fails again. Kind of looks like we want to go. Again, I'm not playing it, but this range is pretty clear. It's a 2-to-1 risk to reward, just like I talked about, with potential for another leg up. You are playing it, again, just move stops up. See if we can get that full rotation. See if we can hold 30s. Be interested then. See what happens here. Get a little bit of a bid at our high and then rotation up. That'd be sick. We can hold here. Yes, looking above. Got room to 300. We're basically watching to see if bid can maintain this like 25 to 35. Bid can hold here. Things look good for continuation higher. I want to see a very active bid step in here with Russell and ES also ideally breaking. They gotta bid this up very quickly. Our offer is going to maintain here. Look us back above, below, trapping these guys above. Failed. Unlucky. I'll watch for a rotation back over. Gotta worry about these guys potentially being offsides. Watching Russell. We have 40 seconds till new 15, so I'll look to take a trade into that if we have anything that's actionable. I'll let you know. Just watching to see how we open. Oh boy. Back to our O10. Offer trying to step below, bid at 3,000. Opening below POC of previous candle. I'm going to be watching for a very clear flip here or bid back through. Just waiting. Yes, hold our value edge. And Q testing into our value edge's resistance here into O10. Giving it a second to play. Russell still looks fine. Offer holding 010, trying to step below 3K. Bid is still resting there. Nothing yet for me. All right, what are we doing here? Come on, figure it out. Are they gonna step this thing down, or do we pop? We'll look below. Let's see if we can continue to maintain this 3K to 010 as offer for rotations down, or if this is going to flip back above and then rotate our balance high, trapping these guys. I'm not convinced really in either direction. Just watching to see if this offer sticks below value on NQ. ES a little look below. We really want this offer to stick here and then use this as our risk or downside. But we're going to need to see follow through. So watch ES into our value edge for that, and watch Russell into our 30-second opening range high for one more leg down if it's going to happen. If these fail to hold the shift of value, then these guys trap below and then we pop back above. So you want to have a pretty tight risk here, because if we invalidate, then all we do is trap at lows, right? And then we rotate balance high again in this awful little upper bounce. So look to see if we can hold this 3K to 010 area, or if we flip. So look at this value shift, or sorry, look at our retest here on ES and RTY. See what we do here. They've gotta like slap this thing down here. Or again, this will just be a trap and then we rotate back up. See what they do here. A little look above. Watch ES retest value edge on look above. There's a lot of potential to flip here if we see any sustained bid over 3K. If this fails, then we look back below, and then we look for the reoffer below 3K. We need to see how this resolves here. It's in buyer's hand to try to maintain a higher low above POC of our current candle. Right, we look above, now we want to see if this sustains with the same risk, or if this traps and then steps back down, and then it's the same risk again. So right now it's a long. If we step back below 3K, it'll be a short. That's all I've got. We do here on retest. Watch ES at our value edge. Russell at our highs. Little look above on NQ. We need to see if we can sustain above here at this 3K to 010, or if we flip back below, trapping these guys here. All we've done is trade into POC of our previous candle, right? Now let's see if we can bid here, or if this flips. It is in buyer's hand. PSC is attempting to shift here on ES at RO10. Need to step below this 3K with speed and then offer it if this is going to do anything useful. See if this short happens off this failure. Probably get one more reoffer. See what they do. This is just a move back down to 970. If this holds, this needs to resolve. So right now this is good. POC holding its resistance. These guys are now trapped here. We now watch to see this as a reoffer point. Holding so far.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
What is up?
Watching to see if this starts to rotate down again.
I actually had such a phenomenal afternoon yesterday. I can't remember the last time we had good rotations
Glad,
like
man.
that. I know. So
Dude,
now I get to sit for another 3 months without them.
Nah, you're good. We're good. Don't do it. Don't curse us. We had a really nice morning.
Nice.
I think we'll be good.
Yeah, I was really hoping that once, like the next month, I think should, in theory, be okay.
Yeah.
But
Boys, I'm risking off one here as we push into 70, leaving one runner at our 3K to 010 flip. I will be right back now that Mario's here. Stop at 010 still. All right, there's target 1 into our 70 off our flip. All right. See if we get any continuation down here. Just return to our like VWAP and our flip from our 70 where we flipped long, right? So if we flip back below, we're looking for 50s to go offer for continuation down. This is ES into VWAP, so just keep that in mind. Good bounce, good area for a potential little relief bounce here. And then we look for a lower high, which makes for a really great risk off until we see that resolve, or just wait. I think we could retest into like 80 to 90 here on NQ if we find relief. Right, like a little bit of a bounce here, and then we watch to see how we interact into this. And then things can keep going down. We'll see. Just keep that in mind that I think this potential bounce here, but
Good morning, Rory.
we never gamed with Layton. He like would log in for a day on a game we were playing and then never played again. Like he played Apex what, like 3 times with you, maybe, Mario?
Yeah, maybe.
Then
He remember he tried to play New World with us,
yeah.
and then he like chose a different faction, and then we're like, okay, well, why? And then he's like, fine, I quit.
Yeah. And he did the same thing on V Rising. He logged in for like
Yep.
a day and then never played again.
It's okay. Then this man had a kid, and it was Jover. That was that. Fifteen's just opened.
This is where we look for offer. This is what we were talking about. Let's see what they do here. So we push into 90. Should be our first risk off if you're playing off that 80 to 90. We need to see this push below this 50 to 60 and then offer for next leg down. Good job, Sauce. Huge. They were like, really need to sweep this thing down, or I could expect us to be a little choppy here. I'm not as confident as I want to be here, just because this is VWAP on ES and NQ. Like the lot can just continue to chop here. We would need to see like a very clear sweep through. This 50 to 60 just continues to remain.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US Baker Hughes weekly rig count numbers. Total rigs, the prior was 542, while
Good
oil
video.
rigs, the prior was 415.
United Health, man. I don't know. It's probably too soon. Yeah, well, they have like DOJ stuff happening, Surf, so. As they should. They said, Ty, you're sick. Good luck.
Watch our reoffer into this like 60 to 70. Mm-mm-mm.
You have underlines here leading
Trump
as
on
well.
Truth Social says, based on the highly provocative statements of former President of Russia, Medvedev, who is now Deputy Chairman of the Security Council of Russian Federation, I've ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned
Jesus Christ.
in the appropriate regions, just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that.
What?
Adding words
Well,
are very
that's what
important
we
and
need
can
to
often
hear.
lead to unintended consequences. I hope this will not be one of those instances.
What? Brother,
Again, Trump on
chill.
Truth Social says, I have ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in appropriate regions near Russia. Just keep an eye on WTI crude oil. Just very small movement towards the upside, quite small.
You have Newsbot muted? Are you... Why?
He's locked in on his own ideas. That's all that matters.
What? Newsbot muted is
I
crazy.
am the news. I am the news.
Newsbot muted. We're going to value low, boys. I only got filled on 1 contract here. I was hoping for another fill into 56, but it did not happen. Kind of annoying. Yeah, I had to mark it in for that one because my limit didn't fill. This is our target here into 900. Great risk off. If we can push below, then we get more, but need to show interest below our value low here. Yes, almost into our value low. I think there could be a bit of relief here, but with that Trump news, I have no fucking clue. I literally have no clue. But this is 1K here from 50. I wish I was filled on both. I kind of have to
So reminder
take
at the top of
profit
the hour,
here.
we get the Baker Hughes rig count
Yeah,
prior
flat.
542 and oil rig count prior 415.
See what happens. Just followed our pathing to downside. Now I will look to see what we do from here. I wish I got filled on too, but I did not. I was hoping that we tagged a little higher into that 55. I am not bullish.
Two minutes until turn of hour. Both Microsoft and Apple made new lows there for the day. I just no retest even yet. Microsoft has this massive gap it's in from ER now. Come all the way down to 18. Ty, you realize nuclear submarines don't mean nuclear weapons, right? That's just the submarine power source.
Okay, here we go.
Surely expecting the Baker Hughes data.
We are looking to see if we flip value on ES and NQ here on retest. If you're still in runners, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. We should be able to see a bit more momentum down here on retest. We have 40 seconds until new 15s. I will look to re-enter on new 15 if we have anything of value happen. See what happens here. I'd love to see like a retest into like this area and then offer. Something like that would be cool. I mean, most of the ones that are nuclear powered have nukes on them, guys. But that doesn't mean that he's going to use nukes. Watch our reoffer here. Let's watch. Again, I'm risked off, just waiting for resolution here. Just gotta look below on our value. ES holding our value edge, no change. Just watching to see what happens here into our value high, value low of our previous candle into our 900. Offer can hold here. That'd be ideal.
540 for total recount, 540. It's waiting on the oil recount now.
I want to try this 890 short, but I feel like I get stopped.
Treasury 2 yield falling 25 basis points on the day to 3.71%. And oil recount 410, 410.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching this 890 to like 905, and we're watching to see if this holds or not. Now that we've hit target, just watching to see how we interact into this value. Yeah, I mean, it's good points so far. I'd like a bit more. See if we can get down to 50. I'm a bit worried about Russell and the VWAP and POC here. It's sitting at 860. Hmm. Russell bounce at VWAP and POC so far. Again, just watching our reaction into this 890 905 reoffer at our PVC pivot. Pushing into target here, 850 to 860. I'm thinking about risking off here. Yes, has room. Okay, I'm out here again for just a scalp. We'll see what happens. I think downside is still pretty valid. Just playing this to the mid. If 50 is flip, then we can look for 25. I'm just not sure on the breakdown yet with Russell still holding. Yeah. If we flip that, then I'll look to go again. There's potential I miss like 25 points here without us getting a decent retest if we get any momentum. I'm okay with that.
With this little pocket trying to come in on ES from this like 53 to 55, they're stacking in, but your biggest resting is still down at 50.
Good hold of our Russell low. I'm glad I risked off. Right back up to our offer here into 890, 905. Let's see if this rejects here again, or if this flips short term. As long as Russell is holding this low, it's going to be very hard to get continuation short term. See if this pivot holds again, or if we flip it. Again, watch you to see if offer sits here into 890, 905 for another rotation down. Your target would be our value edge at like 63, 60, that area on NQ. For a potential higher low, if we do offer here again, I'm unsure. We're watching to see if like buy side bids here and then rotates us up, or if offer is able to maintain here, and then we watch to see what happens into this pivot here. That's your first risk off. Or value edge from the same. I am unsure. Again, need Russell weakness for continuation.
In the 63 area on ES. Get a little peek into it. Bid is still stacking like it did at 53, 55. It's just moving up a little bit. See, we saw a slight desire to come over, but it is much more kind of just sitting to absorb. So if we trade through this, I'm going to assume that all that buy side here is just sellers closing and look for secondary, because we still like Apple is still selling. Microsoft made a retest but failed it. We have higher high on vol here as well.
The first risk off here, if you're playing off of the 890 for 300, 350, that kind of $350, got to flip this for anything more. Just a rotation of our balance from our offer. There's no change. See if Russell can lead down. Again, 65 first risk off here. It's 400 bones. You are playing off that 890. Again, great first risk off. 500 bucks. Just playing off our pivot. See if we can flip or if there's more. Mm-mm-mm. 20 seconds till new 15s.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation.
New 15s. Opening below POC of previous candle. Offer potentially lowering here into 80. Watch our halfway back and POC of previous candle for a potential reoffer if we're going to put in the lower high. Again, we really want to see Russell break these for actual confirmation, but we can play the downtrend based off of our footprint structure. We'll just watch like this as where the offer sits if we're going to put in a lower high.
$21 counterparties take $97.426 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
Yeah, I feel that. Watch your ES flip here of value. Ooh, excuse me. I need a nap, man.
Little underlying check-in. Microsoft secondary retest here of breakdown. Apple's still selling. Tesla in range but slight lower low on the 15. Nvidia, same thing. Full value retrace. There's still this pressure. ES is obviously just back into this kind of first liquidity pocket. There is still size showing on 50.
Still just balanced here. Russell leading up, which is interesting. Quite the divergence, but still holding our low. Again, we've risked off from our 90 short into our 65. I'm not looking for anything more until I see Russell weakness. There's just no, I'm just not looking for it. It doesn't make sense to me. Bid is a bit absorbed our offer into our low into 50 to 60. If we flip that, I'll look for sellers. Until then, just looks kind of balanced to me personally. Definitely someone absorbing here into like 75, 80 right now on the sell side. They're trying to put in a lower high, but I need to see a bit more weakness and for someone to get trapped. I'm not looking for a long. I'm just waiting. It's not clear enough for me. Like again, there's someone very clearly taking in size here, and there's very clearly someone taking in size here. If this guy can hold and shift value down, and then we can step below this 50 to 60, and then see a sweep, then we can continue downward. But I want to see that happen in real time first, and then we would be targeting 25s. All right, let's see what happens here. We would need to see like 60 hold offer if this look below is going to hold. There's a lot of volatility still here. I'd like to see Russell come down a bit further, but it's fine. We can do the full oscillation and that can lead. Let's just see if we can hold below this 50 to 60 now for the rotation to 25s on the look below. I think this can still be a pretty volatile. I'm just watching Russell as we do our full oscillation back down to VWAP for a little bit of a bounce. But short term, you can definitely see NQ do a little bit of a move while we chop in that range on RTY. Just watch these two edges as inflections of where we expect price to get little short-term bounces.
Really interested if sellers take this resting at 50 on ES. The entire time down here, every time we've shown size, it's been just an absolute magnet on both sides. Take.
Watching Russell into our low again, see if we flip or if we find some short-term buying like we just talked about. We would like to see Russell then hold a lower high if we get a short-term buy. That should give you a retest into our value edge on NQ that would lead down if we do find this little relief here. Again, there's potential for a full oscillation on Russell. Ideally, for short continuation, we see RTY hold a lower high and then, show without any weakness and not have to do the full balance retrace. So just watching as we push into this. See what they do. Our offer. 40 seconds till new 15s. New 15s, opening below POC and value low of previous candle. Again, that's kind of just your risk. Watching to see how we interact here. Russell bottom of oscillation, so you have to expect a little relief. We just need to see now how much we're going to get here. We want to see them absorb and trap, because if this flips, then we have caught off sides, and then we look for the full oscillation on RTY. And then that's the only point we can look for weakness is when Russell's back into those highs. Again, like the breakdown needs that Russell below VWAP and POC for verification. That's why you want to keep your risk tight here. So full oscillation on Russell from our low, balance persisting, sellers trapped on our lows on NQ with that back to POC. Here into our 80 to 90 offer. Watch Russell to see if it holds a lower high or if it breaks top of range here. See if we find a bid here at like 55.65 on back into balance, or if this traps and then we go down. I'm unsure. I just want to play around this pivot with Russell into highs. So it's the same as before, where we're watching to see if this is now a reclaim of our balance and a continuation, or if we flip back below with Russell also holding. We understand that we have weakness into these highs and we're looking for shorts up here. We're looking for potential longs down here, or at least relief where we should be taking profits. Right? So just keep that in mind. Again, I'm not expecting a ton of movement until we see Russell break range. Let's just use those as pivots. You guys want to be entertained?
Oh boy.
A little look below. Watch Russell back into VWAP here. We want to see, again, we need to see that lower high. Another look below, though, off of a failure here. Offer remains the same. Bid attempted, failed, right? So let's see if we can hold now on this look. Target's still 25 if we can hold this. Russell back down to our low, right? Just shorts into highs, buyers into these lows. We're watching this balance here. NQ a bit more rocky. We can start to get a bit more trend down once we break this on Russell. Should be able to go to our 25 target here, though, on NQ, I think. But not a bad idea to look to risk off into these wick lows short term. Let's watch what happens here.
Another big pocket at 49 here on ES. You see, as we came back down to 50, there is size.
RTY, a little look below. Let's see if we can sustain. Should expect a little bit of a bid here on retest for Russell. Same thing with NQ and ES, of course. Watch to see what happens here. I'd like to see if RTY can hold for more downside, or if this is going to flip back through off of a failure here at lows. Again, watching our reoffer here into 50 to 65 while Russell retests our low. We're watching to see if this holds or if this flips back again. Sell side needs to be able to trap here for this continuation down, and we need to see this weakness, or we will continue to maintain balance down here until it's resolved. Another failure here. Looks like just another rotation up unless we can trap. Russell holding, so not a ton of faith in downside move. $50 till new 15s. Flat POC on this candle, no change. Offer still holding into our highs. We're watching to see if a bid holds here with Russell retest on VWAP, or if we can trap and then push down. I'm really not convinced in any real continuation moves until we see Russell following suit. ES and NQ still holding our value edge as resistance. This is just sell side trying to shift and so far failing. Just chop. What I want to see is like this pivot at our 50 to 60 here be resistance or supportive at our key levels on Russell, right? Like at the bottom of balance, is this holding as resistance with it, right? Or is it continuing up? Like I need confluence here. If we don't have it, I'm not looking to trade it. What we see very clearly is that there is someone absorbing into these highs. So we can look to play off of this edge, or we can look to see our reaction here at this edge. I'm not incredibly confident on this yellow. I'm much more confident in this red. I want to see this yellow pivot, what is only playable to me when I see Russell reacting with it in a direction. Until then, it just looks like balance to me. Balance with our higher time frame trend still downside. That's the caveat. I just don't want you guys to get chopped up because we've already given the short condition, right? The short con is that Russell breaks down and actually holds. Until then, like, you're just gonna get chopped here. That's got to be what you're taking in. Mm. I'll be right back. Again, I'm not trading this. I'm waiting for resolution. Very clear we're still seeing absorption into these highs. Very clear we're still seeing absorption into our lows, just waiting for RTY to figure itself out. It is still in a balanced auction. I do not expect downside continuation until we see that resolve. That being said, here, I'll just make this obvious of what I'm talking about. Very clear, someone is taking in size here. I am not looking to touch this until Russell breaks down. I'm like, at all. Just no interest. This is just where you lose all your money on the day, boys. There's no reason to trade this when we have flat POCs and divergence in market. You want to take a trade, you can look for shorts up here. If we flip this pivot long, then we can look up, right? Until then, this is just balance. Balance. If we can flip this POC to value high up here, then sure, we can look up, right? Over 90s. Until then, it's going to be choppy hell while Russell maintains. POC is attempting to shift down here. We can watch how we interact around that. But I'm just really not interested in anything here. What is this app that these guys are talking about?
Which?
Oh, I'm watching this UFO.
Oh.
Immaculate Constellation.
Hell yeah.
Constellation. Offer held highs value, Russell leading down. Let's see if we actually get a breakdown with Russell or if they find a bid here again and fail to push. We need RTY to fail with NQ. We know that there is someone absorbing into the highs. Like I said before, that's the only area that's worth attempting, but you have to risk off into the lows as your first target as there is someone here. If they can flip this with Russell leading down with NQ, we get our next leg and resolution of this very tight balance. Until we see that, though, this has to be your first risk off. You can try to move your stop down, but understand that a bid is aggressive here and willing to take in. I am not looking for a continuation until we see Russell also reject VWAP and hold that as resistance, or we will do the full range retrace again. Watch our 50 on NQ to see if we can hold that value edge. If that fails, we will rotate back up again, back up into our 70 absorption. This is a very dangerous area if you are looking for more on either side right now. Either trade your edges or don't trade at all. Do not take 1,000 stops here at the wrong side while we wait. It's just not worth. Again, we are in a higher time frame downtrend. We are in a balanced auction with absorption in highs, absorption in lows, right? So if we are going to lead down, it makes sense with our higher time frame, but we still need to see the breakdown across the board for that to actually have that secondary leg for the expansion. Until then, it is a balanced auction and with no resolution. See if Russell can hold below VWAP here with ES and NQ holding below our value edges for that continuation, or if this fails once again, and then we rotate back through. Our low is 800. So that would be where we would be heading if this does break, would be my guess. What do you guys know about the old double nose pick?
Holy! It's my hero right there.
Is that Illuminati? Is that, what is that?
Mr. Grothman.
What is he signaling to us, guys? What does it mean?
He might have a double booger.
Oh man, that's
Couldn't be.
don't be a sheep, Mario. It's clearly this.
True. That's why I don't make the decisions, the Illuminati decisions. I can't. I don't have the read. Holy. Wow. Beautiful.
New 15, we are opening above POC of previous candle. They are still absorbing into this 30 to 40. Offer is sitting at 60, 55.60. RTY is trying to hold below VWAP, but we're still not seeing that next leg down. We want to see that happen. I'm not seeing enough here from sell side structure to confirm that we're going to keep going down yet. Bid is still just resting here into this 30 to 40. I really want to see this flip with Russell leading. That will give me a lot more faith in this. Again, like the overall trend is still down. There's still your odds. The odds are still in your favor playing short compared to long until we have a right side of V. We're watching this Russell pivot to see if it can hold. We need to see this lead down. We are back into this. Sweeps are trying to happen into our lows. Let's see if Russell can break. Or if this is going to maintain. Absorbed again so far. Russell still maintaining. Again, want to see this break. I am still flat. Are you guys watching this? These hearings are always crazy. Like I can't tell if everyone's kooky or if like this is actually like breaking. Rose Galileo. Huge. Oof. Offer trying to sweep, finally. Holy.
Down, down, down.
All right. Let's see what they do from
Stocks
this.
extend forward. The S&P down 2%
Russell
now.
finally holding VWAP as resistance. Let's see if we get a solid reoffer. I want it to be a bit cleaner, guys. Again, overall trend is down. We're seeing that absorption into highs. That does not mean that there has been a great entry other than in that top edge. I want to see if we can now hold this on retest. Do not.
Trump says these jobs numbers are being produced
FOMO.
by a Biden appointee.
Let's watch our retest
So
into
Trump
this like
directed
30 to
his
50.
team to fire Erica McEnteffer, which is the person which he's saying is, this Biden appointee in the BLS.
This is just a sweep
Trump
from
saying
the
we
trap,
need
right?
accurate jobs
I want to
numbers.
see a secondary step in with confirmation.
And also adds again that Powell should be put out to pasture.
Jesus.
Holy.
What the fuck?
It's so good. It shouldn't be.
It's like so inappropriate. It's insane.
Yeah, that is the correct word.
Offer holding so far. See if this
So that's
Russell
Trump
can
saying
weigh
that he
down.
directed his team to fire the Commissioner of Labor Statistics. Trump says the economy is booming under Trump, despite a Fed that also plays games.
See if we can flip below our 800. That was our low before, and we just stopped those guys. We're watching to see our reaction into it. If bid is willing to take and keep these guys off sides in 75 to 790, or if right, like we just don't have resolution yet. We had a sweep below that stopped people out below our low, and now we have offer holding below our pivot here on RTY. As long as that's maintaining, downside feels likely, and we should be able to continue this wick. I just don't know if this 800 is going to be bouncy, and if we then need to rotate up to 830 first before we get actual resolution here. So again, I'm fine with the short bias as long as we are holding below this pivot, but if we get back in, I'm not a fan. Just watching our lows here. We have a very clear seller at 30 to 40. I like that area. We've liked that area this entire time. We want to see this absorption remain. We want this downtrend to continue. I'd like a bit of a cleaner retest, personally. But we are doing what we need to do. It is okay. I just want a bit more cleaner structure. Again, this 800 is going to be very two-sided, as this was the low before we wicked down. $50 seconds till new 15s. I hope that we get some resolution here into this new 15 at the look below, and then we can hold it. POC on this candle is currently sitting at 809. We have an LVN above from the sweep down back to 830. So just watching to see how we build here. New 15s opening now. Again, offer sitting at 810. That is POC from our previous candle. 830 is our value high from previous candle, as well as our bottom of range where we were seeing that absorption. Watching to see how we interact here. $810 would be your most bearish hold. We still need to push below this 75, 90 area for more. I really would like to see resolution into 830 and fill this LVN, and then test this, and then come down like so if we were going to continue. Doesn't have to happen, but it makes the most sense to me just filling this LVN off of that sweep. I'm watching Russell as well for this. This area is very tough to try to we know the general direction, and that's why I keep mentioning that. Like, higher time frame still down, we're seeing the absorption, we're seeing what we need to, but you don't want to be on the wrong side into volatility lows like this. This is why I said don't FOMO short here, because we know it's just it's just a stopping people out, right? Like we don't have confirmation yet. I want to see how we interact here into this seller who's sitting from like 825 to 840. All right, let's see what happens here as we push back up, filling LVN now. We are back to where this sweep pushed us down, right? We want to see if the seller is still positioned here or if these guys are going to be offsides. Watching this like 25 to 40. Our value edge on both ES and NQ, as well as Russell coming up into view up. If we're going to sell, I'd like to see it happen here. If it doesn't, we have a lot of liquidity who will be offsides in these lows that we then can use to rotate back up. So let's see if they can hold it here. Or if this flips. Again, very tough area. Note that POC is below us. We are above POCs from our previous candles. We have failed to show any interest below that 800 after that wick and stopping out liquidity that happened, right? So I need to see us below from this hold if we're going to do it. So this is our LVN fill, like we talked about. This is your first risk off as we push back to 10s. If you are playing off of that 25 to 40. Let's see if we can continue down or if this is all we get. Look above our 40s, stopped out on my runner there from our average, took off one into 810. Now just waiting for resolution. Russell back in our balance, right? So another failed attempt to lower us with these guys now trapped. There's a lot of potential to punish now with us pushing back through. Watching how we interact here into our absorption that took place at our 65 to like 80 level. I am only looking to see if we get another short attempt on Russell top of balance here off of the recovery. Watch to see if NQ has any weakness, but if bid is able to maintain above here, again, we have a lot of trapped liquidity down here from that low. Again, like, yeah, no go.
I was just gonna say this is full value retest on ES as well, so kind
Yep.
of big decision making here.
The chief Canadian negotiator in trade talks with the US says he will talk to Lutnick next week and seek a meeting later in August.
Into our 65 to 80. Let's see if they absorb here again, or if we flip. Again, we have a lot of offside liquidity at our lows. Russell is back to our top of balance. Let us see what happens. ES also into our pivot here at 58. This is POC on the daily here on NQ. Bid trying to step up here. Big. Let's see what they do. RTY into top of balance. I'm looking to see if we can flag here, 65 to 80, or if we flip back below and then offer steps in below 65s for rotations back down, trapping here again. Does that make sense?
Canadian
Do we get what I'm
negotiator
talking
says
about?
conversations with the Americans are continuing and the doors aren't closed.
If the seller is no longer
We are
present,
noting
right,
the
we can go
S&P
up.
500 here start to pair losses, still down
Seller steps back in, then we play
1.66%
balance
on the session,
rotations
just
down.
seeing
Yep.
a move to the upside.
Should just be a reversion to VWAP if we can hold this pivot. One minute and 40 seconds until new 15s. See how we interact here into this liquidity. RTY into top of balance, trying to break highs. ES as well. Let's see if they trap here above and then look back into balance, or if this can maintain. New 15 opened, opening below POC here. Watching our retest here into our 80 to 65. Again, if we can hold here, looks okay for upside. But if this fails, it will be a trap, and then we will look back below and go through our rotation.
NYMEX gasoline September futures settle at $2.11 a gallon. NYMEX diesel September futures settle at $2.29 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $67.33 a barrel. US crude oil futures settle at $67.33 a barrel, down $1.93 or 2.79%. NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at $3.08.
I'm going to risk off 1 here into 910, and then leave runners for rotations up to 30-40. I just want to show what I did. Yeah, right. No interest in that area like we talked about. I tried the short at our 30-40 on the look below. We took profit into 10s. I get stopped out, and then we look for the rotation over. I'll zoom in a bit more so you can see that. So a bit more zoomed in. As soon as we saw that wick low, right, like there's a lot of potential to stop out. So I closed my higher time frame short, and then immediately looked to see if we get back in, but I wanted to risk off, and then we wanted to play off of that 30 to 40. As soon as we stop, or we rotate over 30 to 40, it's just like, oh, okay, that's that. Now this is holding our where we were absorbing before. Now we're rotating up. So I wanted to take off a little risk, and now we'll see what happens. to flip over our absorption, right? 65 to 80. Looking for that bid, taking off our first risk into our VWAP, into our 910, 920. Now watching to see if we can get that secondary leg up into our RTY, our RTH VWAP up at 30 to 40. But if we can't, right, we've already taken off some risk and we'll allow that to run. Stop is sitting at 65 still. Taking off half. If we can push back below, then we can trade this down, make new lows of the day, trapping this liquidity here. Without it, all we're watching is this RTY, the POC shift, right? It's just a POC shift play. We've looked below, and now I'm watching to see if we can trade back into this POC shift. POC shift, balance to balance. Watching to see if we get up to here. If this fails, it's whatever, right? But just playing our top of balance hold off of this value. Again, it's a really tough area, but if we can use RTY as like our weakness and indicator, it allows us to make much better decisions without trying, like getting emotionally invested, like this has to go down more, it has to happen now, and then you just get stopped out over and over and over again in a potential area that can squeeze heavily, right? Like that's the worst thing that you can do, is just like stop out on all of your profits for the day for no reason. Like wait for momentum, and then let's see secondary moves happen. Like we got the liquidation event, right? But then the bid happened right back over that low on 800s, and it's like, oh, okay, well, if we can't get below that 800, 810, then there's like zero chance that we're taking out this wick low, because all we did was stop out all of the longs that were down here, right? Because 800, remember, was the low. So as soon as we stop them out and then we sustain back above right afterwards, it's like, oh, okay, I got to be careful. I don't want to FOMO into this because I could be on the wrong side. Now everyone who's trying to short this leg down is caught off sides into these lows, which allows for this movement to happen, right? Because you have a lot of people who are FOMOing in at these lows. We wait for a secondary leg and we wait for confirmation. Now that we're back over this, where this seller was deeply positioning passively, right? All of these passive sellers were sitting here absorbing these buyers. They're now all off sides. So now we have people who are offsides in these lows as well as these highs. So there's a lot of potential for upside here from offside sellers after this really awful action. And we're seeing that happen. Now we just need to see if there's going to be a continuation. Does that make sense? Are you able to like follow that logic, or I don't know. Hopefully I was able to help some of you not FOMO. Just play your pivots. Yeah. Right, like I said before, the only thing we know is that we're in a higher time frame downtrend, right? We have absorption at the lows, we have absorption at this pivot above at this 65 to 80, and as long as that's maintaining, the downside move makes sense if you're trying off of that edge. But as soon as we flip it, we have to look for rotations back up or a reversion, right? Because sell side has failed here. So the only area that's worth playing off of is this test into here for rotations back down, or on flip, rotation up. Anything into these lows is just really, really wishy-washy because we know someone's taking in mass size. So it's like, okay, I'm not really looking for anything until we can show like a very clear breakdown there. So I only already want to be short from our edge that's known, right? Again, we know that there's someone positioning here. So this is the easiest risk trade to play. Or on flip, then it's like, okay, if this passive seller is now gone, we can now look for long trades. And if we flip back below, right, we can look for shorts. But like, I don't have any levels down here. Now it's just playing around this liquidity. That is the only participant that's like really showing their hand. And then it's just like, all right, let's play the rotation back up. And again, like without Russell showing that same weakness, it's very hard to want to short. And yeah. So ES kind of leading here. It's at our target at 71 soft flip into POC. A bit more room on NQ. I don't know how much more we get. I'm just watching for Russell to lose momentum for me to lose faith in this upside. This is still a great risk off here into NQ, but I think we probably have one more leg up. But this is just VWAP, right? 15, 20. Just watching to see if we can get this last leg up into 30 to 40 as Russell continues to push into our 30-second opening range off of the flip and hold of our top of balance.
A handful of underlyings trading the pivots. Obviously, as RTY here, value high and POC tests on yes and Q. Something to note.
I've taken off 2/3 of my position here off the flip, and I'm just going to look for runners up into highs. Oops, sorry. You're back. Pushing into target now. This is your 30 to 45. We're watching to see if sell side sits here still, or if we can push higher. A great secondary target. If we flip this, we have upside continuation. If this holds, then there's no real change in our overall trend.
Brent crude futures settle at $69.67 a barrel, down $2.03 or 2.83%.
All right. We're up like 200 ticks in profit here from our 80 flip into target. New 15's opening now. Let's see if we flip our pivot or if this is all we get. There's a lot of potential that this is all we get. See what they do here. Okay, that's right, the target where we're selling a little bit. See if we flip or if this is all we get. I am flat waiting for a directional decision. We're watching this pullback here. This is POC to value high of our previous candle. Let's see if a bid is found here or if this is all we get. Just watching to see if we find a bid here. We can get back in or if this is going to flip. Yes, testing VWAP as potentially supportive here. On look below, Russell, we're watching for that to find a bid again for momentum. I'm gonna try, I think, as soon as we find RTY low. Watching our value edge here. Try small, 5 micros.
Treasury 5-year yields fall 20 basis points on the day to 3.77%.
Still waiting. Still waiting for Russell to find this low. 905 is looking decent. This 900 to 905, if we can find this bid on RTY. But we need to see Russell find some buyers. Again, there's a really solid chance that that's the whole move if we don't find this. Let's see what happens here. Like, this was a very clear target for me. It's where our sell occurred. So let's see what happens now. Once Russell is trying to find this low. RTY lower high, failure at our 30-second opening range. Our pivot holding as resistance, rotating back down to our original entry here. This is POC from that upside. Just waiting.
This does have decent size stepping in here.
All right, so this to me is incredibly important. We either find a bid here and step back over, or we'll flip and then this will go offer, and then we play this back down. So let's see what they do here. Again, this is just that 65 to 80 area. We're watching to see if this flips or if this liquidity is able to hold here. RTY still no confirmation, but retesting our balance edge here. Let's see if this gets back in and then rotates back down to VWAP, or if we're able to maintain here and then rotate back up. I want us back over 80 if this is going to be a long, and then we use the 65 as our stop. I'm not trying to long the 65. We should get a decent reoffer if the 65 is going to go resistance. I think. Hopefully they don't just sweep us. If they do, it's whatever, right? We close into the literal top pick and we're happy. But I don't want to be preemptive here at our pivot on either direction. Could be very volatile. And maybe I missed the trade. It's okay. If you want to try this, right? Like you try with like half size in short 65s with your stop over 80. I don't think that there's a problem with that. It just seems a little preemptive to me, but it is what it is, right? It's just a rotation back down. I think we get a better reoffer, but I don't hate it. I just would rather see a bit better action personally. It's just like, this is a crazy candle. You know what I mean? Like, surely we retrace some of this candle. Watching RTY here. Hopefully that's our lead. If we can hold this as our pivot, right? And we rotate then down to VWAP, giving NQ the move. This fails, then we pop back over 80s and then look back up. So let's see what happens here in 65. See what they do here. Again, we want to see Russell show a lower high here as well. Confirmation. All these guys say in this hearing is like, I can't do this in an open hearing. Okay, well then do a closed hearing. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
This is, like, what?
Ugh.
Like, that's why it just feels like nonsense. Watch 65 here, see if we can step back below from our hold of our 80. Or if this is going to be a higher low, 65's bidding. Russell also at our edge. Just watching to see if we get a lower high here, guys, or if this flips back. All right, let's see if we can hold now in the look back below. Nice, 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 nice. Let's see what happens into our wick lows here. RTY also holding. We gotta push below these lows. See if Russell can do the lower high here. This fails. I'm not sure. I really wanted to see this sweep. $65 retest. Come on.
Goldman Sachs told clients to go long copper a day before price crash.
Hell yeah. Okay, really beautiful 65 reoffer. I'm going to take off a little here on a little look below and then try to hold runners with the Russell push down to VWAP. I'm going to try. There's a potential chance here that we find a really volatile bid and I get stopped out on runners, but I want to see if we can play off this edge, just like we did belong on the flip.
Yes, a lot of liquidity showing on 58 again on the bid. Just watching Dom for if we get someone to start to raise, right? We've seen like 100, 200 lots just come in right under spread, and that's been our kind of impetus for the oomph.
All right. I'm stopped until new 15s. I will wait. Got out half position here into these lows, but I want more. Russell is still holding where we need to. It just feels like a bit of NQ choppiness. I'm hoping we can find a better trade here. Better entry on new 15. Just going to keep an eye on it. I'm more than happy to get back in on a look back below 65s and hold. Again, like Russell's still holding where we need to. I'm just a bit worried about the room NQ has to move. See if we can open below POC here and then keep going down, or if this is going to maintain. It's a little rough here. 65 bidding. All right, figure it out, boys. Where are we going? I don't have enough information on footprint yet. Again, all I can see is that sell side looks to be in control with the lower highs and Russell holding our pivot. I just don't have a great entry on NQ that I'm comfortable playing around with that Russell movement. All right, guys, come on. Figure it out. I'm trying to think where I would put my stop. I guess we could try shorting 80, stops at 90 with Russell maintaining, and that would be fine. We're seeing this absorption here, but God, it just feels like we can get absolutely squeezed. Surely they give us a better. Later, Kels. They have very small micro on at 65. Just half size, 5 watts. Just trying. I think there's a good chance I get stopped here again. It just doesn't feel ready. I'm risking $190 here. Stop at 80. Again, I just don't know if it's ready. But I'm just watching on the 5. And I like this for a sell continuation. Just gonna watch this. This holy dude, Bobert just dropped some hard facts.
He put the knowledge down.
He just said the Earth is flat on record.
Hell yeah.
That we never went to the moon, and Joe Biden.
Wait, what is it? You cut out. What? Joe Biden what?
Joe Biden is a clone, I think is what she just said on record.
Oh.
She just said that.
True.
On record. Hell yeah.
The big question is, what is he a clone of?
Mm-mm.
Or why?
The lizards ate him, man.
They didn't choose a very good clone.
Who said
Should
that?
have cloned Obama or something.
What's her name? Bobert. I'm watching this this hearing of UAPs. I just put it in chat. I cannot believe she just said that. Oh my god, we're so cooked, man. Oh, we're so cooked. She's an insane person. Please watch this. What? She's an insane person. Yes, there's an 80. Yes, that is what she is asking. People voted for this lady. Yeah, not only have we explored okay, so let's get the facts straight here. We've explored more of our space, right? But we've never been to the moon, and the Earth is flat. But we've explored more space, is what she just said. But that doesn't exist. Remember that. Like, what is she talking? Like, she just like we've never been to space, but we've explored more space than our oceans. Also, the Earth is flat, but also there are aliens living in the core of our planet. Like, people voted for this lady. It's so embarrassing, man. Ugh. I'm still just watching to see if we continue to absorb here for rotations down. Back to our 65 off our ejection here. Russell still holding, but slight higher low. I don't have a lot of confidence in either direction. I'm just watching to see if these sellers continue to absorb here again. I'm more than happy to get stopped out of this trade, because like if it holds, it'll be an incredibly profitable trade. If it doesn't, it'll be all right. Get me out of here, man. Who am I talking about? I put it in chat. I'm watching the congressional hearing on UFOs. Yeah, I'm shorting 80, stop 96. I'm more than happy to get stopped out because it'll be worth it if we do push down. But I'm not very confident. I don't know. It's the only thing that I see. Like, because if the seller is back and we're gonna absorb, like, okay, cool, then we can rotate down and we'll make like new lows. But I need Russell to follow through, and right now it's diverging. I don't like that. We're holding higher lows, not lower highs. But I'm basing this idea off of the 5-minute action that I'm seeing, right? Like, did you see these wicks here? So just kind of looking at that. We just need to see a break of these lows. Dude, it's AI aliens. Hell yeah. This is the most entertaining congressional hearing I've seen. This has been keeping me sane. It's like all the QAnon people on one congressional hearing. Surfman, it's this entire discussion is based off of facts, science, and data. The Earth is flat. Yes. Ugh. New 15s have opened. Holding POCs is supportive so far. I don't know. This is iffy.
Yeah.
Same thing with like ES here at this 57, still holding it, our pivot high. But it's like very clearly a lower high from the sell. I don't know. It's such a weird pivot. Like this is both our supportive halfway back from the sell, but it's also our halfway back from the high on ES. Right, so like this is our halfway back from the low to the high as supportive. And then it's also our halfway back from this high to this low. So it's like just incredibly indecisive here. While we just build in between. You guys remember when there's drones all over the place?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember that story? It's just like disappeared.
No, they came out and said that they knew. They were just lying. The administration knew what it was. They just didn't want people to know.
Oh, did they? I didn't actually hear that.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was the radiation drones?
It was ours.
Okay.
No, it was U.S. drones. I don't know exactly what they were, but they were our drones. Yeah, I mean, you can call it. I don't. You can say it was him, but it was obviously like, yeah, whatever it was. But I don't get why with that stuff they just like go like it's so easy to tell when people are lying about stuff, like saying stuff with the Epstein stuff right now. Like, just don't say anything then. Like, why do you like purposefully lie about stuff? I don't get it.
What was that? There was like a sitting member of Congress who was like, "It's Iran. They've got a mothership off our coast." I've heard it from an intelligence source inside. That was like straight up what that guy said. Who was that? You guys remember that? Let me see if I can find that. Iran drone mothership, New Jersey. Yeah, this is the New Jersey congressman said that he had inside knowledge that it was an Iran mothership. Hell yeah. These people have no clue what they're talking about. It's crazy how misinformed Congress is. Like between this guy that I just posted, the Iran mothership, and then this conference that I'm listening to, this hearing right now, it's just like, what are we? Who did we elect?
Are aliens real? I still like. We are not advanced enough for an alien civilization to even care about us.
Offer holding. I got stopped there into our highs. I'll look to see if we re-enter. I don't know. This area sucks. ES holding where we need to on our halfway back. It just, I don't know. Like the seller is still very clearly here. That's why I don't. NQ's hard, man. Back to our 65 bid. Let's see if we just like sweep through here or if we can get a lower high at 80 on retest. I would love to see if we can maintain these guys offsides and then play the same trade again. If we were going to, oops, wrong tool. Offer lower and then rotate down. I mean, again, like the sell idea is still very valid. I just don't have a great level to play off of. Too murky. It's crazy that we just are like, yeah, the Pentagon's never passed an audit, and we like don't. Like that's all we care. Okay, let's give them more budget. Hell yeah. All right, let's see on this if we get a reoffer here. Again, they're like still absorbing into these highs. It's the same garbage that we were just doing before, where there's clearly someone absorbing, but there's on both sides very tight range. Just watching to see if we can hold this like 80 to 96 on reoffer here, or if this fails again. I don't know. We want to see if these guys remain off sides and we can play around it, or if like the bid at the lows hold and then we pop over. See if they take out highs or if this holds for a lower high and then pushes back below. What? The highs holding so far, watching our 80. See if we can get the look back low. Get me out of here. Your government? So highs maintaining back below our 80. We'll see if we can get below 65s here, or if this is just going to do another rotation. They're still absorbing here. There's no change. We got to break these lows, though, for actual continuation potential. I'm going to take off 5 here from our 80 flip into 65 and then leave 5 runners. Stop just sitting at that wick high. Get me out of here, man. Truth, science, facts. $40 till new 15s, still absorbing into these highs, still holding our lows. Russell sideways. Yes, sideways.
Final half hours opening.
Okay, there's your sweep through. Thank God. This is what we were waiting for. This is why it was worth. I'm out half here. Blessed.
Fed Governor Kugler to resign effective August 8th.
That is why I continued to try. see if we get any more, if they do the same thing as before, where they absorb into highs, we get a sweep through wick low, and then there's no follow through, and then we go up, right? We don't know. This is literally what just happened like an hour ago. This is the same exact action. Remember, this is what happened here. This is the same wicking into our low. This is the same absorption that was occurring before. The same bid is stepping in, right? Like if this holds and we get over, this is going to be a long, almost definitely. So let's see what happens. This wick low and now bid back here at 68 is a sign that the buyers are going to maintain short term. Like that's what we're watching. So let's see if the 68 to like 60 to 70 holds here on retest, or if we can pop below. If we pop below, I'd be interested in looking for another test down here into our 40. But if this maintains, we're going to be looking for this to pop over this 900 and then continue up. Right, so just watching this as our pivot. We just got excess below our balance. We're now watching to see if this holds and then can take out highs to maintain and push, or if this is going to flip and then start to take out these lows. Just watching directionality here. Just watch your 60 to 70 here to see if bids can maintain. If we show no interest below that, right, like upside is much more likely than downside after that wicking. Into our offer here again. Let's see if sell side holds and pushes us down, or if bid's able to take out over 900. I think, again, like if they are able to flip this pivot, it's going to be a very similar.
On July 29th, we heard that
to
Kuko
our
won't attend
previous
the
setup.
FOMC meeting due to a personal matter and did not cast a vote. This was ahead of the statement by the Fed that she is resigning.
See what they do here. So this is just, again, our balance high. It's not a bad area to risk off if you are playing off of our 70 into our 90, right? It's 20 points is 20 points. If we can push above this 900, I do believe upside is very likely. If this holds and then we rotate below 60, I believe downside is very likely. Just watching to see if this guy is going to remain, this high is going to remain, or if we take it out. This low is very similar to the last one where they swept low. Why are you just telling me now that my mic's been cutting out all day?
It's been like the normal amount.
Did he? I don't remember it. You guys gotta let me know like immediately so I can try adjusting. Alright, well let me know if it happens anymore today. I'm moving it like directly in front of my face.
Speculative traders cut short dollar bets to lowest since April. Two-year US Treasury yield last down 26.9 basis points at 3.682%.
Just got filled one at 70 from our highs, just in case we hold this low. Still need to see that flip below 60 to 70 for more. Just taking off a little risk. All right. Still holding our low. The longer that we sit here, the more concerned I get that upside becomes more likely than down if sell side has no interest below. Kind of keeping an eye just to see if Russell finds a bid as we push down into the bottom of this balance again. Again, NQ just back into our 90 to 900. If we flip that, I feel like there's squeeze potential if we have no interest in going back down to those wick lows. Very tight range. Let's just see what happens. The seller's pretty
Traders add the
offsides
bets on
at
Fed interest
70.
rate cut in September.
But we got to get through this this 90 to 900. $26,000 US manufacturing jobs lost in May and June.
That is a big number.
So Trump on the jobs data again says, in my opinion, today's jobs numbers were rigged in order to make the Republicans and me look bad just when they had 3 great days around the 2024 presidential election. And then those numbers were taken away on November 5th of 2024, right after the election, when the jobs numbers were massively revised downward.
Rigged?
He goes on to say, a total scam. Powell, too late is no better. But the good news is our country is doing great.
Uh-huh. All right, here we go. Let's see if we get the pop. Pushing over our
Just keeping an eye
900.
on X, and you have Polt, the FHFA director, who's just continuing to stoke the fire and just reposting the resignation of Fed's Kugler. It just says, again, not confirmed, and it's not true. Nothing's been confirmed about it. It says, next up, I've been hearing Jerome Powell. But again, as I said, nothing confirmed. He's just stoking the fire here. But if you are seeing it on X,
This is the same
just to
dude
give
who
you
said it
context.
last time, by the way. Holt is the same guy who put out the false report about Jerome last report. I am out 2 here into 920 from the flip over 900s. Watching to see if we get continuation. Just immediately stopped and then went long off of limit. Exiting another into 930. Got one more. 2 left. Again, it's just about holding our lows, right? Like if there's no interest, then it's just the upside move, just like last time on the squeeze. Remember, we closed here on the last rotation. So let's see if this seller is still present here into this 30 to 40, or if we can flip it. This is why I'm risking off here, just in case. And then we leave a runner.
US dollar now down 2.25% on the day against the Japanese yen, on track for the biggest daily drop since January 2023.
One minute to go down to the market on close imbalance data.
Does the logic of this make sense? Of like the flip and the hold, the bottom balance? Apparently, I'll show. I just stopped out and then immediately flipped. Got filled long on the push through. Right, if we hold our lows, then upside is much more likely, and as soon as we take out highs, then squeeze is likely. And then it's just a rotation back up to our previous sell, just like last time.
We'll see 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
My stop is just sitting at 890 on my final.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 1.8 billion. Nasdaq 100 buy side 909 million. Dow 30 buy side 703 million. And Mag 7 buy side 607 million.
Oh, I guess I should post that in right, just stop, then immediately filled long, then rotate back up to our sell from before. We got filled in that wick low, and then we took profit again into 70s, and then we got stopped out. Tried to add again here, didn't work. Immediately stop, and then add, and then push up, and then make up for this stop on the upside. Balance. Have I cut out anymore, Surf?
I think you've been good since actually we like kind of said something.
Crazy. Okay.
Oh, it just happens like once or twice every day, so I just ignore it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I will let you know if it happens more recent or more often.
Back down to our pivot here, 900 to 890. See if we flip back or if this holds is supportive. Same offers before where we took profit into that 30 to 45. Same seller sitting there. Just watching to see if we hold or if I get stopped here. I'm fine getting stopped. It doesn't matter. I do not care. Stopped on runner there into 90. Flipping back probably. Who knows? I'm done though. Got 6 minutes left. Expect another little bit of volatility in like a minute and a half. 5 minutes left. See if we can break these lows in this attempt or if it holds. And again, sell side, there's like so much selling pressure here into the 60 to
The
70.
US Secretary says it has created a task force to tap artificial intelligence for enhanced innovation and efficiency across the agency.
Just like no ability to move down. So if we can move down and then reoffer it, it feels good for down. But like if they continue to just get absorbed here, like I just don't have I just don't care. Watching Russell into our balance low here into 169.
So that was the SEC.
70 bid still holding on NQ. Let's watch as we rotate back up into 90 to 900, see if they do a lower high. It's the only thing that I could potentially see here. Again, like it's just the balance idea, guys, right? Like we expect liquidity to be found in the same place it was before, but if the sell side's now sitting here and then pushes us down, that's bearish. If this buyer's still showing here and then we step back up again, then like there's no change. We need to see a shift. We need these guys to be caught. So let's see if the seller can hold here at our top edge now and then get us below. That'd be bearish. The most important part is just showing any interest below that 60 to 70 after a lower high. Like if we could now hold 900. If we don't, then like there's no change and I don't want to trade it.
Last 2.5 minutes.
Oh shit, they're making another Nobody movie. Did you see that? With
I
the
don't
Better
know.
Call Saul actor. It's basically like John Wick, but with Bob, whatever his name is.
I don't know if I have actually. I've heard of it, but I don't know if I've actually seen it now that I think about it.
Bob Odenkirk. Yeah. That movie was brutal. Jesus. Oh, no edge here. We're attempting to hold. That's a good sign, I guess. I don't know. There's no upside until 30 to 40 goes bid though. Like that's still just the sell. It's been the sell. I have no clue. Not interested. We got the short, we got the long. I will wait. Oof.
And here is the bell. A ding, ding, ding. Oh, hopefully, we stay like this for the next month. That would be swell.
Yeah, I don't what you mean, like
Not-
movement wise or what?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just with that, yes.
I
It
have
doesn't, I mean, it's a big, but
yeah, I mean I don't know. I was telling these guys that like now that July is over, I think some selling could happen, but I don't know. We'll see. I think a lot of people expect it. I'd like to see like one more leg up and then try to potentially get into like month out shorts or puts, sorry. But I don't think you don't want to like sell on a day like today after a leg down. You want to wait until we get a pop and then see if sell side steps in for August. But I think there's a lot of potential for it. I don't know. We'll see.
I think it would be healthy.
Yes. Yes. It would be. But we can talk about that more once we see that happen. I haven't positioned for it yet. I'm waiting for like one more pop ideally, and then we take out like month outputs at the end of the session or something like that. If it does start to look like that's what's going to happen.
RTY is setting up for it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the higher time frame definitely looks like there's a lot of potential. But I'm really not trying to load puts on the first sell candle down after, right? I want to see a little bit of a pop and then we can short that. All right. Goodbye guys. Sorry the last hour was kind of rough, but I mean
Rest of the day was pretty good.
Yeah, rest of the day was good. I'm gonna go see Fantastic Four.
Oh,
Probably
I'm
bad.
gonna eat some Donner.
Ooh,
I'm
jealous.
Yeah,
All right.
my belly.
I
Goodbye,
will
everybody.
see you all Monday. Have a great weekend.